I'd like to call to order the Tuesday, November 19th, 2024 regular City Council meeting of the East Lansing City Council. Could we have the roll call, please?
Councilmember Altman.
Here.
Councilmember Meadows.
Here.
Councilmember Watson.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Singh.
Here.
Mayor Brookover.
Here. Could I have a motion to approve the agenda, please?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Meadows, seconded by Singh. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Item 1.3, could I have a motion to approve and or amend the minutes of the regular council meeting of October 15th, 2024?
Move approval.
Moved by Altman, seconded by Meadows. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Communications from the audience. 2.1, all written communications received by council are already posted on the online agenda packet. Communications from the audience. 2.2, we have a number of blue slips. We have more blue slips. And Mr. Rose.
Thank you. Patrick Rose, 310 Oxford Road. The Yes on Proposal 1 campaign would like to thank all East Lansing voters for considering the city charter amendment and ultimately for passing it. We won a majority on campus and off campus, in the off-campus precincts and in the on-campus precincts. What's next? I'd like to address a fear I came upon in talking to voters. They were told Prop 1 dismantles rent regulations. This was based on the No on Prop 1 campaign literature that does not quote the actual ballot language. The claim that Prop 1 removes rental housing regulations is false. All one has to do is read the language of the amendment. It clearly states it excludes protections for rent-paying tenants. A reading of this language reveals Prop 1 keeps rental regulations, overlay districts, rental license, and safety rules. One city council member sent a letter in his own name offering a third crack at his own unique, strained interpretation that changes the actual language of the amendment to alter its ordinary and reasonable meaning. It changes the words. First, he and another council member published a version of the language deleting the last phrase. Then they relied on an interpretation deleting the second comma. Then, in the letter to all the residents, he broke apart the sentence into two paragraphs so that you couldn't even keep straight which part of which was part of the sentence. No matter how much two city council members continue pushing an unsupported argument, and frankly a convoluted one, there is no valid way to read language to say it dismantles all rent regulations. This is false political rhetoric that sends the wrong message to residents. This rhetoric encourages illegal renters by giving them arguments and telling them to raise them in court to support illegal renting. Residents on all sides of the charter amendment have told the city that this will harm our community. We must work to stop illegal renters and not encourage them. The city attorney has not publicly said Prop 1 dismantle rental regulations. Good. He should not do so and refuse to endorse this false rhetoric and enforce existing rental regulations. The city attorney's job is to uphold the law and fine illegal renters and vigorously defend East Lansing's rental license laws to protect all of us. Council's role is to carry out its oversight function by making sure the laws are enforced, including the charter amendment. If an illegal renter challenges fines in district court by claiming the charter amendment dismantles rent regulations, I am confident the district court judges will reject that argument. This issue can be settled in a few weeks in a few simple district court enforcement actions, doing what the city has done for 27 years. Lastly, I want to respond to a city attorney email from April stating he imagines that the proposed charter amendment is invalid under state law. He wrote, "The Zoning Enabling Act, a state law, takes away citizens' right to petition to protect their ability to have guests in their home and notice before rental fines are issued." He said he thinks a state law exclusively regulates in this area. The city attorney provided no case law to support this conclusion and no analysis, and it has no legal merit for three reasons. First, the Michigan Constitution grants to citizens a right to petition to amend a city charter to protect the ability to have guests in the home. No statute defeats those rights that arise from our state constitution. Second, the Zoning Enabling Act does not overrule petition rights in either the Home Rule Cities Act or in the Michigan Constitution. Mr. Chubb is simply incorrect that this state law preempts the entire field of regulation, and over a dozen cases have said so in related areas governing zoning, or that state law forbids citizens placing limits on rental housing license laws. There is no conflict with the zoning code between the amendment's language and the code in any impermissible way. The amendment makes permissible changes to rental laws. Lastly, the amendment protects basic constitutional rights that the code had violated. There is no basis to say that the amendment is unconstitutional because it upholds constitutional rights. I urge the City Council to reject any legal advice to move forward with a
30
suit.
seconds remaining.
Doing so would be a complete waste of hundreds of thousands of dollars of taxpayer money. It would violate the city's duty to uphold the law. It would be an attack on voters, on democracy, and on the state constitution. I urge the council to move forward and implement the voters' will.
Thank you for your input.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
That's not allowed.
Patrick, can I ask one question of you? And this is, just relates to our review of the proposed changes to the ordinances that are coming up. You passed out at the Housing Commission this indication of what you thought the language should be changed to. On the very last one, the one regarding domestic unit, that is not a definition that is in
That's
the
been
current
deleted.
code.
That was incorrectly transmitted.
That's in the zoning code. And
It's not part of what I'm recommending. It was taken out in a subsequent, that
Oh,
was
you-
sent by
you
mistake.
took that out? And
Yes.
So
and to
there is
addre-
no change necessary to that?
Or to family, because we don't change the definition of family. We leave it exactly as it is, and we protect families just like it currently does by not changing either domestic unit or family.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mary Scholes?
Hi, my name is Mary Scholes. I'm a resident of Pinecrest neighborhood since 1997, a long-term resident in a neighborhood with other long-term resident neighbors, of which 54.98% voted for the Fair Housing Amendment to the city charter. I am here tonight to urge the city to enforce the charter amendment as passed. I'm asking the city to not go to court to try to invalidate the will of East Lansing residents. The city needs to adopt conforming ordinances. The city needs to enforce the rental ordinances. The city needs to make zoning and rental records public. The city needs to give advance notice of housing penalties if the city suspects violations. The voters want the city to not restrict relationships of persons living together as a household or residing in homes or interfere with rights of owners to live with persons of their choice, so long as they are not rent-paying tenants. I urge the city to enforce the city charter as amended. Thank you.
Thank you for your input. Sherry Rose?
Hi, Sherry Rose from 310 Oxford Road. I just wanted to respond to something I read in WKAR on Prop 1, where it was said that there was no support for Prop 1 amongst long-term residents. That's a quote from Councilman Altman. My understanding is that you're all at-large council people. You represent the entire city of East Lansing. So if you go to the the Ingham County website, you can see the results. I think my husband might have misspoken, but we won by 54% overall. And in the long-term neighborhoods, there were many neighborhoods such as Mary's where we had the majority, such as Chesterfield, Flower Pot, part of Bailey, Clinton County, which is, forgot the name of that neighborhood in any case. But yes, Hawks Nest, thank you. That we had the majority of votes there. And in all the other ones that I didn't mention, we always had more than 41%. So it's clear that we did not have no support. I'm just saying that because I think there's a narrative going around that we only won because only students supported this, and that's clearly not true. And so I would like to just reiterate that there was widespread support of this in every single precinct, even if they didn't win, we didn't win in every single precinct. So I want to also just reiterate, to urge you to enact the will of the people and move on and implement the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you for your input. Rona Shizdiak? Close enough? Tell me how to pronounce it, please. Tell me
Good evening.
How do you pronounce it?
My name is Rona Sijic.
Sijic. I should.
I live at 10 University Drive. I'm here tonight to talk about an invoice that was mailed to me and my neighbors regarding the new sidewalk construction in the Chesterfield Parkway neighborhood. This invoice is stated as due on December 6th, 2024, for 1/3 of our individual total. While I agree with the amount, the due date is incorrect per a letter from the City of East Lansing dated November 13th, 2023, which you all have, where you represented to us that 1/3 of the total amount we owe will be invoiced in January. This was also represented to us in a memo from the Public Works Department of the City of East Lansing on June 9th, 2023. States invoices will be mailed in January of 3 consecutive years. Now, it seems you're reneging. It says we will have 90 days, which would be April, from that due date, and reminders will be mailed every 30 days after the due date without penalty. 1 year after that is when the penalty accrues from that first invoice, if not paid, will be added to our taxes. For example, if I owe a total of $900, I should get an invoice of $300 in January of 25. It's due 90 days, April, and I will receive a reminder every 30 days. Therefore, I can choose to pay $30 in January, $30 in February, $30 in March, etc. With every 30-day invoice, I can pay $30 without penalty until my $300 is paid in full, well within that year, 25. Then I get another $300 invoice for the second year, 26, and I will do the same. So, my neighbors and I need a current letter from East Lansing on letterhead stating the original terms as they were represented, invoices, and will be mailed to us, and in this letter will be our 1/3 amounts to be paid within each year. The first 90-day due date, also the 30-day invoices will be mailed, and we can pay every 30 days without penalty until that 1/3 balance is paid, and it will not show up arbitrarily on our taxes. And these payments will be without penalty. The invoice will reference all of those terms represented. Thank you.
City manager, I asked the city manager to reach out to you. Has he already done that? To you? Okay. All right. Thank you. Lori Dunlap.
Hi. Lori Dunlap. I live at 1035 Chesterfield Parkway. And yeah, I just want to say that yes, Mr. Bellman has reached out to me a number of times, even on the weekend when we got the letters on Saturday, and I sent off an email not expecting really to hear from anybody, and he responded to me right away. So I want to thank him for that.
It's just gratifying for me to know that every once in a while, the city manager does pay some attention to me.
Even on a Saturday.
So regardless of the issue you're talking about, which I hope will be straightened out, I just want to thank you for making me feel good about myself tonight. So
Okay.
Thanks.
Let's see, where was I? Oh, so
I'm sorry.
I
can't
realized
help
that
it. I can't help it.
a lot of you weren't here when all this came about in 2023. So I understand that things fall through the cracks, and people are not here now who were here then. And so I'm sure it'll get straightened out. We just wanted to come tonight. And I also wanted to thank Dana Watson because she was instrumental in getting this all set up for us, because on a go-forward basis, as sidewalks are continuing to be done, she wanted to be sure there was a clear path for how the people were going to have to pay it. So thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for coming.
And I wanted to also commend F&M Concrete. I think they did a fabulous job. Thank you.
And as far as you guys are concerned, all the issues with the steps and everything in Chesterfield got ameliorated? Yes. Okay. Historic district and all that? Yes. Okay, thank you. Wendy Smith? I'm sorry. Carissa Buckholz.
Good evening. My name is Carissa Buchholz, 1030 Glenhaven Avenue, and I am a parent of a first grader at Glen Cairn Elementary School, Clara. I'm also a resident of the Glen Cairn neighborhood and enjoy walking my daughter to and from school. We use the Harrison Crosswalk at North Lawn, which is a major pedestrian pathway for kids who get to school. And we have found it hazardous for two reasons. The first is that most cars refuse to stop unless someone walks out into the intersection. The second is that there is a large hill on the south side of this crosswalk and a major intersection with Saginaw just north of this crosswalk, making for limited visibility and contributes to drivers speeding past the crosswalk. As a result of these concerns, I contacted the city in September to inquire about whether safety improvements were planned for the crosswalk. Fortunately, the city manager, Robert Bellaman, and PACE officer Paul Wagner have both taken my concerns seriously and have talked with me on multiple occasions regarding the crosswalk. PACE did put up a digital speed sign for cars on the south side of the crosswalk, which I do greatly appreciate, and Mr. Bellaman recently informed me that the city plans to install a pedestrian crossing sign mounted in the middle of the crosswalk soon, as well as potentially using speed cameras in the future to enforce the speed limit in this area. Mr. Bellaman has also stated that the city may be looking into the future about lowering the hill on the south side of the crosswalk to increase visibility. While I do believe these measures will help improve the safety of this crosswalk, I do not believe they will actually get traffic to stop. According to Ruth, our crossing guard, some drivers are extremely aggressive. She has been harassed and even sworn at while trying to get our kids across the street to school, while regularly experiencing near misses with cars. I do want to thank the city for paying for this crosswalk position, as it is needed to ensure that the kids can get to school safely. Furthermore, while having a crossing guard is very helpful during the main school commute times, I've heard from parents whose children are in the before and after care programs, as well as in extracurricular activities, that it is very hazardous to get across this crosswalk when there is no crossing guard present. I have also heard from neighbors who would like to walk on the other side of Harrison, on the west side of Harrison, but do not walk there because they are concerned with being hit on Harrison. Unfortunately, concerns with being hit on Harrison are not unfounded. According to our crossing guard, Ruth, the previous crossing guard was hit at this crosswalk many years ago and had to leave the job as a result of that accident. In addition to the proposed solutions I've already mentioned that the city is working on, I am aware that the Safe Routes to School program has proposed the installation of the rectangular rapid flashing beacons, known as RRFBs, at this intersection, which could increase visibility. While these devices cannot stop traffic, however, these devices cannot stop traffic, and we need a solution that will ensure cars can come to a complete stop when pedestrians are crossing, whether or not a crossing guard is present. I would like to suggest that the city consider installing a pedestrian hybrid beacon, also known as a hawk, or another type of traffic signal that stops traffic when pedestrians or cyclists are crossing. This would significantly enhance safety at the intersection. I would also like to suggest that the city consider installing a raised crosswalk or speed bumps around the school to physically slow down traffic. In addition to physical infrastructure to slow down traffic, we need increased police enforcement of traffic laws, especially during school hours, to address the speeding issue. Parents have reported complaining to the city about this crosswalk and were pleased to find that the very next day, the police were out enforcing the speed limit. However, we've only found, after that rarely the police have come back after those calls to enforce the speed limit at the crosswalk. I understand these concerns have been raised before, and there was even news coverage on this crosswalk in 2017, but they have not been fully addressed. So I would like to just respectfully ask how the city typically handles such safety issues such as this, and what the proper channels are to ensure that these matters are acted upon. I hope the city will continue to work with the Glen Cairn community on this issue so that we can ensure the safety of our children and community members at this crosswalk. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your input. Wendy Smith.
Wendy Smith, 1212 West Saginaw Street. I'm here about, I guess, the efficient use of city resources. In August, I received a letter. It's a bill for $10.01. Because although and it's in regard to my 2023 city income tax return. When I filed my return, I owed and I paid $152. Well, I received this bill for $10.01 because I had not made quarterly payments. So I was being assessed a penalty of $5.92 and interest of $4.09 for a total of $10.01. And I read this letter and I thought, okay, so somebody needed to put me on a list. Somebody needed to generate and mail me a letter. When I mail the check for $10.01, the accounting department is going to have to process that check for $10.01. And while I don't have data on what the city pays employees, I'm assuming that wages and office space and office supplies and postage and benefit packages, I'm thinking that it probably cost the city more than $10.01 to send me a letter and collect $10.01. And all this went through my head. I thought, okay, well, whatever. So then I was reading the dialogue newsletter for fall. Due to the demands of the department, the East Lansing City Council approved a request in September to hire an income tax assistant to work with the city's income tax administrator. So what I'm getting from this is that we're doing work that generates less money than it costs to do the work, and as a result, we need to hire another person to help do that work. And the final insult is when I saw this in the dialogue, there's a caption underneath the picture of the administrator, and it says, East Lansing's solo income tax administrator. And this person works right inside the front door of City Hall, and yet I mail payments to Eaton Rapids. So in some ways, it's a bit disingenuous to lead people who read the newsletter to believe that there's one person doing all of the work. So of course we had to hire someone else. I'm assuming there's a contract with an outfit in Eaton Rapids where income tax matters are handled. So I guess, and I fully realize that the council can't dig into the granularity of everything that's done, but maybe we need to think a little bit more closely about what sort of work is being done that we need to hire people to do if the work is costing more than the income that it's generating. Thanks.
Thank you for your input. Soren Anderson.
Good evening. Thank you. My name is Soren Anderson. I live at 322 Oxford. Tonight I'd like to read a letter written by retired Circuit Judge James Gidding, who has been a supporter of Prop 1. You've heard from him at council meetings before. This letter's been mailed to Mayor Brookover and the other council members. Judge Giddings would have liked to have been here in person, but he's had to leave the state to attend to a close family member that's having a medical issue. The letter reads, Dear Mayor Brookover, it is my understanding that there's a serious discussion among members of the East Lansing City Council about filing a lawsuit to nullify the charter amendment recently adopted by a clear majority of East Lansing voters. Respectfully, I suggest that a legal challenge to Proposal 1 presents a problem for several practical reasons. First, resolution of such an action will turn on the factual situation presented to the court. Since an array of factual scenarios and individuals are likely impacted by the new charter provision, it would be a practical impossibility for the court to anticipate every possible factual situation and rule on every single one. In short, that problem presents to the court the question of standing. I know that you are aware of the concept of standing, which requires that a party demonstrate a genuine factual dispute as well as some actual injury. The claim may not be grounded merely on speculation and guesswork. I submit that the council will not be able to establish an actionable injury for the simple reason that it cannot present facts showing such an injury. Merely arguing possibilities, that is, speculation, will not establish the legal requirement of standing. The prudent course is to let the situation evolve for several months or perhaps a year and then evaluate whether the city's power to enforce rental laws has been significantly compromised. Until COVID struck, the city of East Lansing was zealous and successful in its enforcement of rental regulations. For reasons which are no longer relevant, the city abandoned that level of enforcement. The supporters of Proposal 1 strongly believe that this historical level of enforcement should be reinstated. Its supporters argue that the new charter amendment will not have the slightest effect on enforcement, but either way, the number of cases and ruling by district court judges will be enlightening as to the vitality of rental regulations in the light of the new amendment. Certainly, in some of those cases, the district court judges will rule on the impact of the new charter provision. A facial challenge to the city charter amendment is not only premature, it has no legal merit in my view. The city charter amendment does not limit the city's ability to zone or to regulate rent-paying tenants. The citizens have a constitutional right implemented by statute to pass this amendment initiated by petition of the citizens. There's no conflict with state zoning law in my view. I have looked at the possible challenges to the city charter amendment. I have concluded that they have no legal merit, and any suit the city might file will likely be dismissed for lack of standing, as well as for lack of stating a valid cause of action. If there is any doubt about this, the city may employ an independent counsel who has substantial expertise in the area of municipal law to look into the reasons for the validity of the citizens' action in passing this charter amendment. Neither the governor's legal counsel nor the attorney general found any legal problems with the East Lansing Charter Amendment when it was submitted to them. I have confidence that an attorney looking into the legal merits with an unbiased eye would reach the same conclusion as their interim review provided. The city's first duty is to follow the law. In this case, that means implementing the city charter as written. It is important to remember that this situation has been created as a result of the city's overzealous enforcement of ordinances governing rentals. This action has consistently resulted in the city being slapped down by both district and circuit judges. The voters have provided the council and the city with a fix. It only makes sense to respect the voters' choice. Signed, James Giddings. Yes, so that's it.
Thank you. Steve Purchase.
Good evening. Thank you. My name is Steve Purchase. I live at 1717 Moores River Drive in Lansing. I'm the Communications Director for the Michigan Regional Council of Carpenters and Millwrights and their subject matter expert on mass timber. I spent the better part of a decade working on mass timber developments, and so for that reason, I was asked to join the city's work group in consideration of a proposed ordinance to incentivize the use of mass timber in projects within East Lansing. Now, if you thought that I'm here because of a particular project or developer, I could forgive you, but you would be mistaken. I'm here because I've got a long-standing, frankly, kind of nerdy obsession with this stuff. But for the clock, I could bend your ear all night about mass timber. To spare you, I just want to say that, using mass timber brings real advantages, and advantages that I believe align with the values of our shared community. Sustainability. Now, contrary to, I know a WRI article that's been circulating that I believe has some methodological issues in how it characterizes the forest products market and how it works in reality. Mass timber is the right choice for sustainability. It embodies carbon, it promotes responsible forest management, and it reduces the use of carbon-heavy steel and concrete manufacturing and construction. Think about this. Constructing and operating buildings is responsible for well over 40% of annual carbon emissions. And so this represents a real opportunity to make a difference in our efforts to address climate change. Because mass timber has low thermal conductivity, and because mass timber construction relies very heavily on prefabricated components that create a much tighter building envelope, mass timber structures also tend to have a much lower energy usage over the lifespan of the building. Safety. This is a big one for me. I'm the son of a firefighter. You don't think mass timber would be a great material to build a skyscraper out of, but it actually is. It outperforms steel in a fire, and it doesn't require the chemically intensive fireproofing that steel requires. In fact, in the fire testing of mass timber, the big problem that regulatory bodies ran into is the fires would burn themselves out before the mandatory testing parameters because it would cause a char that's non-combustible. It promotes human-centered biophilic design, natural materials that promote health. Mass timber structures tend to be higher quality, again, because of all of the pre-planning goes in and because there's structural elements that are also used as finish materials. They tend to be installed with higher quality, trained, skilled labor. And reduce construction impacts. Again, the way mass timber buildings are constructed, the way they're erected, shortens the construction schedule where there's activity on the exterior of a site, and they go up faster and quieter and safer. So if mass timber is so obviously superior, you might ask, why do we need this incentive? And really the answer to that is pretty straightforward. It's because it's a nascent technology and a nascent industry. We need to overcome the inertia that steel and concrete-based construction enjoy. For a lot of reasons, mass timber on a per square foot basis is slightly more expensive. It requires a more involved pre-planning process. And so creatively, this ordinance doesn't address that with a financial incentive, as is typical of economic development today, but with targeted remedies to address those increased costs that mass timber requires. Building massing to allow for more units and more square footage to offset the relatively higher per square foot cost, as well as a greater degree of certainty in the planning process that can help projects get over that barrier of the upfront investment required to pre-plan and successfully deliver a mass timber building. So for those reasons, because Michigan is well positioned to take advantage of this industry, because East Lansing is poised to be a leader in that effort, I would humbly ask for your support for the proposed ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for coming. Liz Harrell.
Hi, my name is Liz Harrow. I live at 1147 Daisy Lane in the Flower Pot. And I'm here to talk about Prop 1, but I do have to say that if you haven't seen the STEM building on campus, it's the coolest building in East Lansing, in the area. And MSU Construction Management and the Forestry Department have paired to make mass timber a big impetus. They've gotten it into the building code. So East Lansing is really a hub of mass timber activity, and I hope you do support that proposal. And that's actually a little bit where I want to go. Is I want to say, for one thing, I think you guys are all wonderful. I know you work really hard. So there, George, you can feel good again. But I am a little bit disappointed in the way this election came off. I feel like there was some disinforming by otherwise liberal people on the Proposition 1 because it's complicated, because it's confusing. It was easier to just to say false things because it's very confusing. And I have to tell you, it is confusing. I have a woman living with me this semester. She's a textile artist from Nigeria. The art department asked if somebody could house her. I said yes. They offered to pay rent. And I said, nah, I don't need that. Thank goodness I did, because I'd probably be illegal. She's staying with me for this semester, and when I have told some people that she's staying, they say, well, you can say she's your partner. And other people said, no, you have to get a rental license. And people said, well, if your husband was still alive, you wouldn't be allowed to do this. We are so confused about this damn ordinance before, not Proposition 1, but our damn overlay ordinances. In fact, Mark Meadows got it wrong at a housing meeting. He said, oh, I misspoke. I said you can have several guests, you can only have one guest. Nobody knows. And then with the overlays added in, it's beyond confusing. I would really hope that you would fix that. But my other issue is this is a university town, and you can't tell. It seems like you guys spit the word student when you say it. You just hate them, and you hate the idea of living next to students. I have 4 kids. One lives in New York, so we won't compare East Lansing to New York. That's fair enough, right? But the other 3 live in university towns that are cool, that are great, and I think embrace students in a way that we do not, and embrace the idea of living with students. We are spending a lot of energy, a lot of negative energy on counting names on mailboxes, on enforcing rental rules, on hating the prospect of living with students when 50% of our population is student. And those people are kind of cool, right? They are physics majors. They are filling up the STEM building. I want to know, why aren't our planning people working on a startup center, like a startup business center like Ann Arbor has, or like Cambridge has? Okay, that's not fair. Cambridge is Cambridge, right? Okay, why don't we have a Cinematheque like they have in Indianapolis? Why don't we have ADUs allowed in East Lansing like they do in Evanston? I could talk about more progressive policies that Evanston has, but I'm not even asking that. I'm just asking for energy putting into planning and into inviting the university to partner with us like we're doing with the mass timber. Let's be creative and stop being so negative on this Proposition 1. I feel really frustrated and disappointed in you guys. I feel like you're living a problem from the 70s, and we've got to start, being more like Cambridge. Thank you.
Sally Newton.
Hi, my name is Sally Newton, 939 Sunset Lane. I would like to thank the diverse group of East Lansing citizens who supported Proposal 1's no vote. A majority of East Lansing homeowners rejected Proposal 1, 52% to 48%, recognizing that it was confusing and not appropriate for city charter. Neighbors seek to preserve the character and integrity of residential neighborhoods, our K-12 school population, affordable housing, and a diverse community. This can be achieved by maintaining existing rental regulations, overlay districts, rental license requirements, and safety rules. I urge the City Council to use every measure available to ensure these goals are not lost by the passage of Proposal 1. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Daphne O'Regan.
Hi, I'm not here to speak about Proposal 1, but I do want to say, this is going to cause me to be shunned, I'm sure, that I voted for it because I've had people live with me who needed a home. I had a homeless student live with me for almost a year, and I had a person with 2 little children who had a terrible family situation move in for quite a little bit of time, like 8 months. The whole time I was like, I'm trying to do the right thing here, but I don't know what the city is going to think of this. None of my neighbors cared, so I don't care either. But I think people should be allowed to help other people like Liz is helping this artist person. Now, to turn to what I'm really talking about, and that is noise, noisy cars. I want to say something preliminary, which is in the work against Proposal 1 subsequent to its passage, I felt like first of all, I don't regard students as not residents of East Lansing. But I felt like people were just like, we don't care. This is what happened, but we think we know better and we're going to do something about it. And I feel like the same thing happened with this noisy car ordinance. I don't know how many people live downtown or close to downtown like I do in Glencairn, but I can tell you that the noise from cars has greatly increased now because there are no enforcement tools. There were some disingenuous suggestions made that we should regulate all noise, which I certainly agree with, but daytime noise is qualitatively different than nighttime noise. And another thing that really bothers me about the noisy cars is that they go right by schools where there are little children who are listening to outside, playing or whatever, and these cars are really, really loud. And there are several schools that are located on streets where these cars pass routinely, also during the day. So where I live now, basically, starting at about 1 a.m. till about 3 is like living in the middle of a racetrack. And I'm sure there are a lot of other people who feel the same way in East Lansing or close to major streets like I am, or on major streets. By passing the ordinance, I felt like people were just virtue signaling. And that's a very insulting thing to say, and I don't mean to insult people. But Ann Arbor passed this, and then we're going to be as good as Ann Arbor. But whole states that are considered pretty reasonable places to live have discovered that noise is a very serious public health problem. And when we passed the ordinance, I realized that it was in part because of enforcement mechanisms were not readily available. However, by passing the ordinance, the whole process of looking, unless I'm wrong, which I would be delighted to be, the whole process of continuing to examine enforcement mechanisms is short-circuited. It would have been much better not to pass the ordinance, but to simply put it in abeyance until a valid enforcement mechanism could be located that was not subject to individual interpretation. And I totally get that that is the goal, and it's a right goal, and it should be the goal. But the technology, because of this international problem of very noisy cars, and because whole states are now enforcing quite seriously noise with huge fines, is moving very rapidly. And I would like an assurance from council that if in fact the reason that it was not passed was because enforcement mechanisms that would reduce bias were not available, that the research will continue, and when enforcement mechanisms are available, that the council will reconsider. Because I think that the ultimate result, and I've talked to my students about this, and they hate these cars just as much as I do. Sometimes I can't even teach, it's so loud. But the point is, it's making the center of East Lansing unlivable. Unless I have had students tell me that they have moved because they felt like they were next to a car show at night. And we need to be protected. So the people who are so up in arms about Proposal 1, what about the livability of the general environment of the center of East Lansing? I think that is just as much in question, if not more in question, from this noise.
30 seconds remaining.
All right, I'm going to come back because I believe that the most people in East Lansing would like these cars to be enforced in a non-biased way against noise. So when I'm going to keep an eye on the enforcement mechanisms myself, and I think council should be aware that ignoring valid citizen interests and where they live can lead to results like Proposal 1.
Thank you. Anybody in the queue?
So we have 2 callers in the queue. Caller with the number ending 552, you're welcome to address council. Caller, you need to unmute your phone.
Hi, Kath Edsel, 1026 Daisy Lane, East Lansing. For nearly 30 years, my wife and I have lived in the home we built in the flower pot. We moved in with our 2 oldest legally adopted children, then 4 and 2 years old. Since then, we have opened our home to 11 other children. Some of them were eventually adopted. Some we helped obtain medical care that they couldn't get in their home countries, after which they returned to their parents. We had a homeless teen stay with us for several months and fostered a medically fragile baby for a year before she moved to her adoptive home. Until the charter amendment, the voters of the community passed on November 5th is implemented, all of these situations were and are illegal, and we could have faced fines for protecting or caring for vulnerable children. On November 5th, the voters of East Lansing passed an amendment to our charter over the lies, misinformation, and intimidation of sitting members of this council to protect our right in the city to invite guests into our home, be they foster children, friends, caregivers, or people needing care, to name a few, as long as they do not pay rent. The language of the amendment, as well as the intent, is clear. It has no impact on the city's rental regulations, period. If rent is exchanged, rental regulations, overlays, occupancy, zoning laws all apply. The inability of the city to enforce these laws and regulations should not and cannot be the basis for refusal to implement a voter-ratified charter amendment. If no rent is exchanged, as is the case when one opens their home to a guest, the right to freely associate should not be abridged by the government. The voters of this community affirmed this belief. Furthermore, the definition of guest cannot be limited to state definitions of family or any other restriction upon who we each define as a guest in our homes, as long as no rent is exchanged. A guest should be defined by the host and only the host. Now, it is my understanding that the council is considering legal avenues to prevent the will of the electorate in tonight's closed session. I'm asking the council to protect families like mine, to listen to the will of the voters and implement the charter amendment, and at the same time enforce the rental regulations which are unaffected by the amendment, and not waste our taxpayer dollars, $500,000 by one estimate, on a fruitless lawsuit based on the fear-mongering, lies, and character assassination perpetrated by the No on Prop 1 committee. East Lansing, we have a long and embarrassing history of housing discrimination when those in power try to regulate who can live with whom and where, including redlining and lease covenants, among others. We must do better. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the queue?
Yes, we have one other caller. Caller with the number ending 035, you're welcome to address council. You may need to unmute your phone. Caller, can you try *6 to unmute your phone? Go ahead. They unmuted, but they're muted again, so.
Okay, we're going to move ahead then with the
Thank you.
agenda. Communication, 2.3, communications from the mayor and council members. Dr. Altman.
Thank you, Mayor. We have 17 precincts in East Lansing, 5 of which are on campus and 12 of which are off campus. Across the 5 on-campus precincts, East Lansing Proposal 1 won 83-17, which is an overwhelming proportion. Across the 12 off-campus precincts, it lost 48-52. That is a stark difference, and it reflects the division between town and gown. And we can all make of it what we will, but that discrepancy is there, and you can't argue empirically that it's not. So I just wanted to clarify the various citations that we heard about the outcome of the vote on Proposal 1 for the record. The other thing I wanted to do is thank our city clerk, Marie Wicks, and her team in the clerk's office, 2 of whom at least are here tonight, and everybody on city staff who contributes to running elections, and a lot of people contribute to the process of running elections because it's an all hands on deck event, and also all the people in the community who show up to be precinct workers. It was an extraordinary year for elections, given the number of them and also the changing constraints with changes in state law, which require early voting centers, and also threats of election intimidation. And despite all that, the elections, at least in terms of process, went as smoothly as one could hope. So thank you to everybody who helped pull off that pretty extraordinary feat. Thank you.
Mr. Meadows?
A couple of things. Along that line, I'd also like to thank city staff and everybody who worked in the clerk's office for a smooth, well-run election. And I've worked as a poll worker when I've not been on the ballot. And this year I was assigned to Precinct 7, which is White Hills. I really didn't know what to expect up there in terms of the turnout, but like I think every other precinct in the city, we were busy all day long, from beginning to end. There were people pouring in to vote, and I was a little surprised by it because we also had a huge number of votes that were filed prior to the actual date of the election. So East Lansing residents were very interested in the election, and I think that's a tribute to the people who live here also. There's a couple of things that were brought up at the microphone that I want to also just briefly talk about. The discussion with regard to the crosswalk on Harrison, I really think we need to do something there that can be very safe. That's a really tough situation in front of Glencairn School because there's such a short distance between the entrance to the school and the light on Saginaw and Harrison. So there's a huge number of people who turn onto Harrison going towards campus every morning, right at the time people are going to school. And so we have to solve this issue. And I think it's going to take more than just working on the crosswalk. I think maybe we need to pass a law here that gives more beef to the crosswalk, the requirement to stop when people are ready to cross, whether they're in the crosswalk at that time or not. And then Wendy Smith talked about the income tax. I don't think she's the only person who got kind of a weird letter regarding their income tax. I seem to have gotten one like 4 or 5 years ago from the same folks in Eaton Rapids who probably sent this letter. And we got that straightened out because it regarded something that didn't have anything to do with me. So I'd like us to sort of take a look at how they're actually working down there and how this contract is functioning. So I don't want to put a lot of burden on city staff on this at this point in time, but it's an important revenue stream for the city and for the specific purposes that the citizens put into our law. And I want to make sure it doesn't offend our citizens as well. So that's all I've got tonight.
Ms. Watson?
Thank you. During my time away from our Tuesday meetings, I was invited or welcomed a troop of Girl Scouts to Hannah Community Center so that they could earn their democracy badge. It was a group of first and second graders, and I wanted to meet in here, but there was voting stuff going on, and so I wanted to give them the full experience to understand they can come up themselves anytime to make public comment as well. But anyway, it was beautiful. We met upstairs in the boardroom. It was, turns out, their first field trip and their first time being able to circle around in huge board meeting seats. But again, we just had a really good time together. I think I might have been a little too high level, maybe third, fourth grade level, but they worked with me and I worked with them. And again, it was just a pleasure to bring them in and talk about democracy. Other things that I've been up to since we've had a gap in our Tuesdays meetings is on a quarterly basis, I am able to meet virtually with the commissions that I am council liaison for. And so we create it so that we're not gonna violate open meetings acts, but it's, again, a coming together of chairs and members of commissions like the Housing Commission, East Lansing Independent Police Oversight Commission, the Human Rights Commission, Transportation Commission, and hopefully I didn't forget anybody. But there's intersections that go on between our commissions, and I just fully believe in being able to have that dialogue across to each other and share with each other. And also for myself, as someone that works full-time and has children, I cannot and won't always make it to all the meetings that I am council liaison for. So it's a nice way for me to be able to keep track as well. And then moving on, during my time, away, I showed up at the Charter Review Commission, and I encourage anyone who has something to say to show up to about the charter, to show up to the Charter Review Commission for public comment. You can also write them. And I also learned that somehow, in my words, this commission jumped the line on access to meetings. So you can go on the Charter Review Commission's webpage and you can click and actually see their meetings. And it was great to have a conversation with City Manager Bellman about why that was, and also going forward how that can be for other commissions. And so he made it sound very simple at the time. And so I look forward in January to implementing more opportunities for other commissions to have their meetings recorded so that our community can look at those meetings when they want to, for those of you who, again, can't always make it to meetings and really benefited from the virtual access that we were able to have during COVID, or, for example, Ingham County offers their meetings. So it's not going to be live, but after the fact, we will be able to see more commission meetings, just like the Charter Review Commission. Next, I'm excited in January to talk about the noise in the community. As an elected person, my mindset shifts to not just advocating for those I might naturally advocate for, but also this community. And in this community, some people sleep in and they don't want to be woken up by something loud, and other people don't go to bed till late, and the people sleeping don't want to be woken up by that. And so I see both sides, and both sides are to have regard. There's people that work different shifts in this community. There's people that have different sleep schedules, and there's people that do different things that are noisy in this community, and all of it should be discussed. And so I look forward to that in January, that discussion with the council. And now that the election is over, I hope that we can begin discussions again on ceasefires or divestments. People are still dying in Gaza, and it's kind of came down to, no matter which president, it wasn't going to get better. And so we continue to be at a really sad place, and I hope to discuss ceasefires, because some of the holdback and the concern was the election, and now that the election is over and we've landed where we did, I think it's an opportunity to talk more about divestment and ceasefires. And the last thing I'll say is East Lansing was a shimmering light of hope for me in the middle of the night of elections. And that is because of the elections of some school board members, as well as the passage of Proposal 1. I want to remind people, I've said before, I live next door to students. I own my home. I live renters all around me. I live on a busy street, and my perception just isn't that we should stop students from voting, because they are representative of this community, And just like the person Liz said, they represent possibly 50% of our community, so they absolutely deserve voice. Plus, it's illegal to not give them voice. And what I hear when maybe people are citing the number of students that showed up is their representation on this council, and that they deserve representation as well. The median age in this community is 21, and we do a disservice when we don't figure out how to hear their voices as well, or have seats for them here at City Council, whether that's wards or expansion of our current East Lansing City Council. And great to see and hear from everybody, and that's all. Thank you.
Ms. Singh?
Yes, a couple of calendar updates. Just want to flag for folks that the Library Board of Trustees are meeting tomorrow at 4:30 p.m. over at the library. The Arts Commission has a meeting on Thursday at 5:30. Speaking of students, we had a University Student Council meeting this evening where we elected new officers to that body, as well as they wrapped up their survey that they'll be sending out to fellow students to help create their agenda for the year. And then last, I also want to recognize city staff, as well as all how the city rallied alongside Michigan State University for the election. I was very curious to look forward to looking at turnout and comparatively with other campus communities around the state, especially around early vote. I was just pulled up a map here. Leelanau County, 80.2% turnout. So we can still strive. In Ingham County, we're at 67%. So there's still work to be done again and roadway to make that happen. But I think the biggest lesson is folks are voting differently, much because of the prior ballot initiatives and how we have early vote, as well as no reason absentee. So I think it's really important how we maximize those things going forward. So with that, to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Much as I'd like to comment on the dialogue in our city for the last 8 or 9 months, which disturbs me, because I think the agenda for dialogue has been set by others in this country, and we've fallen into that trap. I hope that together we can move forward without engaging in the invective, the name calling, the labeling of people that unfortunately it seems at a certain level some of our residents have decided is an effective way of persuasion. I don't believe it's an effective way of persuasion, and I would ask that we don't continue to be trapped by what has become the conventional wisdom of dialogue in this country. And just as Ms. Watson has referred to the voting results in this city, and I think everybody on the city council agrees with that. We don't agree on a lot of things, but I think we agree on that. And I just hope that as we take some solace in being in this community, that we also remember that one of the reasons we like this community is because we try to establish a dialogue befitting of an academic community. That's my comment for tonight.
Can I add one thing?
No, we're going to move on. Thank you.
No, I want to just point out to people that the Charter Committee is meeting at 6:30 on Thursday night upstairs, and everybody is welcome to go to the microphone and tell us what you think we should be looking at.
City Manager's report.
I have none tonight, thank you.
City Attorney's report.
My items are on the agenda, thank you.
Okay, consent agenda. Could we have a reading of the consent agenda, please?
I would just accept a motion, but sure. 3.1 is approve the following appointments or reappointments to boards and commissions. First is reappoint Emily Nisch to the Historic District Commission for a full term ending December 31st, 2027. Second is reappoint Joshua Smith to the Zoning Board of Appeals for a full term ending December 31st, 2027. Third is reappoint Patrick Beatty to the Zoning Board of Appeals for a full term ending December 31st, 2027. Fourth is reappoint Sarah Frank Hefner to the Downtown Management Board for a full term ending December 31st, 2028. Next is reappoint Carol Brownell to the Senior Commission for a full term ending December 31st, 2027. Next is reappoint Ernest Connerly to the Independent Police Oversight Commission for a full term ending December 31st, 2027. Next is reappoint Sharon Hobbs to the Independent Police Oversight Commission for a full term ending December 31st, 2027. Next is reappoint Stephanie Horton to the Independent Police Oversight Commission for a full term ending December 31st, 2027. Next, to reappoint Joseph Sullivan to the Planning Commission for a full term ending December 31st, 2027. Next is to appoint Gail Burke to the Arts Commission for a partial term ending December 31st, 2025. Next is to appoint Libby Keenan to the Senior Commission for a partial term ending December 31st, 2024. Next is to appoint Judith Wattenberg to the Senior Commission for a full term ending December 31st, 2027. And last is appoint Karen Jennings to the Folk Festival Study Committee as an at-large member for the duration of its work. 3.2 is approve the 2025 East Lansing City Council meeting schedule. 3.3 is to set a public hearing date of January 7th or the first regular council meeting for Ordinance 1540, a request from Hagan Realty to conditionally rezone 743, 755, and 765 Grove Street from R2 medium-density single-family residential district to RM32 City Center multifamily residential district for the construction of a multifamily residential building with up to 48 bedrooms and associated parking. 3.4 is set a public hearing date of January 7th, 2025, or the first regular council meeting for Ordinance 1539, a request from Gunovid LLC to rezone a vacant parcel immediately adjacent to and to be combined with 16647 Chandler Road from D, Bath Township Development, to OIP, Office Industrial Park, to facilitate the construction of a fabrication shop, a special use within the OIP zone district. 3.5 is set a public hearing date of January 7th, 2025, or the first regular council meeting for a special use request for Gunovid LLC to construct a fabrication shop at 16647 Chandler Road. Fabrication uses require special use approval by the Planning Commission and the City Council in the OIP Office Industrial Park Zone District. 3.6, approve a conditional Class 3 rental license for an occupancy of up to 2 unrelated persons or a family at 1212 Hitching Post. The owner of record is Tiffany and Hannah Nguyen, East Lansing. 3.7, approval of a conditional Class 3 rental license for an occupancy of up to 2 unrelated persons or family at 3990 Gallup. The owner of record is Sai Sarika Patabon, East Lansing. 3.8 is approved policy resolution 2024-11, a resolution establishing the East Lansing Folk Festival Study Committee. And 3.9 is approve the downtown events street closure and barricade system planning reports.
May I have a motion? Moved by Councilman Meadows to approve the consent agenda. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Watson. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously. What's the pleasure of council? Do you want to take a brief 10-minute break here, or do you want to keep going?
Let's keep going.
Okay. Business agenda, 4.1, first reading of ordinance 1544, name change for Seniors Commission, and authorize the city manager to effectuate changes. I move the matter.
Second.
Are there any questions?
The matter is the introduction of ordinance 1544.
Yes. Any other discussion? Is there a second?
I already seconded.
Second by Meadows. Okay, I think what I'm moving is that we go ahead and pass the ordinance.
It's a first reading, is it not?
Can we pass it at the first reading?
This is just a first reading, and all it does is remove the possessive apostrophes from the name Seniors Commission. It will be brought back for a second reading that can be put on the consent agenda if so desired.
But in the past, we've also moved to suspend the rules and just vote on it. Can we do that?
We can vote on the first reading this evening, yes.
I move we suspend the rules and vote on the main motion on this tonight.
Support.
Okay, discussion. All those in favor of the motion to suspend the rules and move to a vote on this change tonight, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? The motion to suspend the rules passes unanimously. I now move that we approve ordinance 1544 constituting name changes for the Senior Commission and authorize the city manager to effectuate the changes.
Support.
Support from Meadows. Any questions? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Item 4.2, consideration of a fiscal year 2025 budget amendment for various funds in the combined amount of $2,674,520. Mr. Belleman?
Actually, I'm just going to defer to Audrey Kincaid and Owen to highlight the changes that you're being asked to approve tonight.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Audrey Kincaid, Deputy Finance Director. You weren't here the last time. It was okay. So I promised Owen didn't have to speak, but I wanted to introduce him. This is Owen Valley. He is recently hired as a budget and accounting analyst with the city. So he's been integral in the preparation of this budget amendment and the first quarterly report for fiscal year 25. So you've already seen some of his work. So I just wanted to go over the budget amendment that you have in front of us. It should be pretty typical for this first amendment of the year. I'll just touch on some of the highlights. So attached is the proposed amendments with the adopted budget, proposed amendments, and then the final proposed amendment is the attachment. The individual columns are some of the highlights that we want to talk through. Some of the larger items were broken out separately. So the first item is the encumbrance rollover, which is a total of $807,000. And that's items that were not completed in fiscal year 24, but were budgeted in 24 and needed to carry over to 25 with the expectation they'd be completed in 25. And we didn't want to harm the 25 appropriations, so we need to rebudget for those items. The second column of the budget amendment is related to general liability and other insurance premiums. Because of the timing of the insurance renewal, the general liability insurance renewal, we adopted the budget with our estimates, and then the renewal came in a little bit higher than our budget. Because the insurance fund can't absorb those increases to the renewal, as well as because we switched carriers, we also added tail coverage for the prior carrier. We wanted to make sure that we could spread that across all the funds, and then we've adjusted the budget for all those funds that are sharing in those increased costs. And then the final column is just a collection of different amendments that have come up at the start of the fiscal year but have touched various different funds. So the general fund, there's kind of two main items. One is for an ARPA item that was discussed to be completed in '24, but was not, so it will be planned to be completed in '25. That's the new fire training facility. I think that's well underway at this point. We needed to rebudget those ARPA funds in '25, so most of the cost is covered by ARPA funding with a small amount coming from reappropriated fund balance. And then the largest item is $1 million being budgeted in the fire department for supplemental pension payments. We've discussed that we want to maximize PA 289. So this is the income tax portion that goes to pension, specifically the amount that is contributed to the fire pension division. So we're flowing that through the general fund and the fire department to maximize those dollars. So there is a transfer in, and then the expense balance out for that $1 million. So you'll also see that $1 million in the income tax fund. We're just moving those funds from the pension expenditure category to a transfer out to the general fund, just kind of closing that loop on there. Those are the main dollar items. The only other item is something that should be familiar. We discussed this at the June budget amendment, modifying the resolution language to give city manager and finance authority to do budget amendments specifically related to accounting pronouncements that could put us in a budget situation where we're just making sure that we're recording things appropriately and not harming the budget, and just giving finance the authority to move those things around without having to come to council to make those amendments in case something happens when we're preparing the financial reports and that we've already passed the final meeting of the fiscal year. So.
Okay, for purposes of discussion and further questions of staff, I move that we approve the above amendments for the fiscal year 2025 budgets as identified in the attached schedules in the combined amount of $2,674,520. Could I have a second on the motion?
Second.
Okay, moved by Brookover, seconded by Meadows. Now, discussion and/or questions for staff.
I do have a question.
Go ahead.
I just want to confirm that the money from the income tax that you're moving into pension is from the 60% of the income tax that is designated for pension and not the general operating funds that are attributed to police and fire.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm good.
Okay, and so of the $2,674,520, $1 million of that is this transfer from the income tax, correct?
Correct.
Okay, which leaves after that subtraction of that amount, $1,674,520. And so for my benefit and for the benefit of the public, is that all the taxpayers' money, this city's taxpayers' money, or is some of that money coming from grants, et cetera, that are not direct? Is it coming from outside the city in some fashion?
Portions, yes. There are several items that are grant
Can you break down for us of that $1,674,520, what the total amount is that's coming as a result of grants, or what I'll say is outside sources?
I can't do the math that quickly. Anything that is on the intergovernmental revenue line in any of the attachments are all coming from outside sources. So 400.
ARPA dollars that are being reappropriated in '25 for that training facility at the fire department is grant funded through that money.
And that's the, I think, $200,000 plus?
Correct.
Okay. Mr. City Manager, do you have a concept of the answer to my question?
I have a concept. I mean, we can walk through some of the other items that are narrated with, the energy efficiency and conservation block grant dollars that for the firefighter turnout gear is in that of $163,000 that was grant funded. And then
300,000 is from the DWAM grant
Right.
and the water fund. So I think 730,000 is grant funded.
Of that 1.6?
Correct.
Okay. And so having gone through that sequence, where is the rest of this money coming from?
Well, the largest is that 800,000 coming from reappropriated for projects that you approved last fiscal year coming back into FY25 to be completed.
Okay, all right. So it was already, using my inartful terminology, sequestered in the budget last year.
Yes.
Was not spent.
Correct.
And so now we're going to spend it in this fiscal year, correct?
Yep.
Because it's effectively left over from last year.
Yes.
Correct?
Yep, in the financial statements, you'll see that as either committed or assigned, so it's not in unreserved fund balance. You'll see that in the audit report.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Other questions? Yes, sir.
The modified section 6 language in red, we did that once before, as you noted. Do we have to do this every time, or is this now?
Nope, it was just a timing issue where we adopted the 25 budget before we had this language kind of sussed out, and then we did it for 24. We'll do it for 25 now, and we'll incorporate this language going forward in all future resolutions in, March, May, that whole process.
Okay, thank you.
Good question. Thank you. I had the same question. Any other questions for staff? Any further discussion for council? All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Item 4.3, consideration of ordinance 1535, amendments to the zoning ordinance which define bed and breakfast. Can I just ask a question of city attorney? So does this constitute on this item a first reading? When we utilize the terminology consideration, I don't really know what that means in the context of an ordinance change.
It had the first reading, it then went to the planning commission,
Okay.
and so it's here for a second reading and
All right,
adoption.
thank you. Go ahead, Landon, thank you.
Thank you. Landon Bartley, Principal Planner. This ordinance was introduced and referred to Planning Commission by Council in June of this year. Planning Commission held a public hearing on the 10th of July, at which time there were no comments received. The Planning Commission made a recommendation to Council to approve the amendment as proposed on July 24th, and then the Council had a public hearing on September 3rd, at which time there were no comments. The general reason behind this ordinance is providing clarity for a bed and breakfast versus other Class B multiple family dwellings. This was precipitated in general by a rezoning request on Grove Street to allow for a bed and breakfast, and that did not move forward. In general, the highlights of the ordinance are that there would be a definition of bed and breakfast, and in that definition some rules that are considered reasonable and would match up to state statutes. This includes that the dwelling unit would have 10 or fewer sleeping rooms, one of which could be occupied by the innkeeper, which is not required to be the owner. A room could be available for up to 14 days during any 90-day period. The establishment would serve meals at no extra cost to guests and would maintain a guest registry that would be made available as needed by the city. So a bed and breakfast would still be a Class B multiple dwelling. Those types of dwellings require special use approval where they're permitted. They're not permitted in any low-density residential zone district. I mentioned that this generally matches with the state statute for 10 or fewer sleeping rooms, including that occupied by the innkeeper, and serving meals at no extra cost to its transient tenants. And our ordinances also require smoke detectors. It differs from state ordinance by limiting stays to 14 days during a 90-day period, and also requiring a guest registry to be kept. That's intended to essentially differentiate between a long-term dwelling and more of a short-term lodging use as proposed, and also allows us to keep track of essentially compliance with the rules. With that, can I answer any questions?
Any questions for staff? Yes, sir.
I'm still struggling a little bit with why we need this definition. And I looked at the other definitions. We do define lodging house and we define boarding house. We don't define rooming house, which is on the list of things in Class B multiple dwellings. But we do define others. And so to be consistent, it makes sense, I suppose, to have a definition for bed and breakfast. But I guess my question is, suppose somebody wants to come in and operate an establishment like this that meets all the conditions, except they have transient tenants for 15 days during any, they allow transient tenants to stay for 15 days during any 90 consecutive days. What would that mean for that operator? Would they have to do anything differently, or could they just not call themselves, excuse me, a bed and breakfast? So in terms of, let me add to that. So in terms of the permitting process, right, they would go through a special use permit request. And then in terms of their day-to-day operations, would they have to do anything differently because of that one difference?
Well, yes. I'll start right. Yes, in order to operate as a bed and breakfast, the applicant would have gone through the special use process, which would take them to the Planning Commission, including public hearing, and also the City Council, including a public hearing. If they're approved for a special use as a bed and breakfast, then they would be subject to the rules. And if they were operated for 15 days versus 14, that would be a violation of their special use approval. If it were a pattern, it would be considered sort of a continuing violation, and we could take enforcement action and eventually could revoke their land use rights.
So then if I were an operator who wanted to run a bed and breakfast, why on earth would I ask for bed and breakfast approval when I could just ask for Class B multiple family dwelling approval?
You want to try that one?
Yeah, I mean, so I think the idea is just to ensure that there are distinctions between the different types of Class B uses for properties, and when you would go before the appropriate authorities to get the special use permit, so that if they want to call themselves a bed and breakfast, they're going to have these limitations on them. And I think the idea is that, like when we look at the property just over here on Grove, if the Planning Commission's review made them more, if they were comfortable with the use of it with these limitations, that may be different than a multiple, I can't remember which SU or which Class B you referenced, but if that had less limitations on it, they may be less likely to grant it. So it's a way of creating a stepped level of limitation of the uses, just to try to determine their placement throughout the city in different kind of levels of use.
So let me repeat what you just said to see if I understand it properly. So I could, as an operator, if I found it important for my business model to have transient tenants stay for 3 weeks up to 3 weeks during a 90-day period, I could come forward and seek SUP approval for a Class B multiple dwelling, but I couldn't call myself a bed and breakfast.
I think that's right, and I think that would fall under lodging house.
Lodging house, okay. And then that may change the Planning Commission or the council's view of whether that's an appropriate special use, given other facts that are part of the context.
And its physical location, that sort of thing.
Okay. All right, thank you. I will have more to say, but I'm going to not say it now.
Any other questions? Okay, does somebody want to make a motion?
I'll move it.
Okay, Mr. Meadows moves that we approve Ordinance 1535, a proposed amendment to the Zoning Ordinance, Chapter 50 of East Lansing City Code, by adding a definition for bed and breakfast to Section 50-5, definitions capital letter A through capital letter C. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, moved by Meadows, seconded by Watson. Discussion.
Yeah, I have one additional question then about the 14-day limit. Where did that come from?
Conversations among the Planning Commission and staff.
So it's safe to say it's somewhat arbitrary?
I don't know if I would say it was arbitrary. We looked at other ordinances to determine what the time limit would be if there would be one. I can't recall offhand which ordinances, but at the end of the day, the Planning Commission, just determined that the 14 days would be appropriate for what they felt was appropriate for B&B.
But it's not under state law. There's no time limit under the state law definition of.
Correct.
Okay. So I'm going to move to strike item 2 from the definition. And item 2 is the one that puts a maximum of 14 days in any period of 90 consecutive days.
So your motion is to amend the main motion to delete section 2?
Of the definition, yes, correct.
Okay. So motion to amend, is there a second? Motion fails for lack of a second. Any further discussion?
If I could make just one comment.
Sure.
I know that we fashioned this on the state statutory definition, I think other than that limitation. Is that right? Because the original was, I think, that has 7 or fewer sleeping rooms, and we changed it to the state statutory provision, which had 10 in it.
That's correct.
Were there other changes here? What are the other changes here, other than this limitation on the stay, that are different than the state statute?
To maintain a guest registry.
What's that?
To maintain a guest registry
Okay.
that's available to the city.
Right. That's all I had. A question.
So I have a question. I mean, I've read through the materials, but I guess I'm a little confused about the responsibility to have a breakfast. So I think I read your staff report to say that you had to be able, you didn't have to have a kitchen, but you had to have a place to cook food?
Yes, a dwelling unit is not required specifically to have a kitchen, but is required to have a cooking facility.
Well, what's a cooking facility?
It could be a microwave. But the bed and breakfast is differentiated from other Class B or other types of dwelling units by requiring a service of a meal, at least one, to tenants.
I understand that, but the service of a meal can essentially be, they can bring it in from someplace else, or they can do it with a microwave?
They could.
That's a meal?
They could prepare it in whatever way they wanted to.
Okay, and so, and the state statute says what?
Must serve a meal to tenants.
Okay.
Meals optionally.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments? I'm just going to say I'm going to vote against this because I think a bed and breakfast is a bed and breakfast. And so I think this definitional construct about serving a meal is too loosey-goosey for my preferences, and I think there ought to be a more explicit criteria in terms of that particular service. So for that reason, I'm going to vote against it. I'm in favor of doing this and doing a definition, but I'm not in favor of this specific definition construct. Any other comments? Okay, let's go ahead and have a roll call vote. All those in favor say, or all those in, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Altman.
Yes.
Councilmember Meadows.
Yes.
Councilmember Watson.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Singh.
Yes.
Mayor Brookover.
No. Motion passes 4-1 with Brookover dissenting. Okay, we now turn to item 4.4, consideration of ordinance 1536, amendments to the Zoning Ordinance, Chapter 50 of the City Code, to incentivize certain building forms and materials by permitting additional building height or number of units, allow upper floor residential uses in certain business zone districts, and permit mass timber production or manufacturing in industrial zone districts. Sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, Landon Bartley, your principal planner. This topic originally came up in summer of 2023, at which point, with a different ordinance proposed by a private party, that was not adopted. The Planning Commission requested additional study, and in January of this year formed a study committee That study committee met until May, at which point we developed language, held a public open house on June 10th. The Planning Commission hosted a public hearing on July 24th with all comments that were received in support. DDA considered this amendment proposal on August 8th and then again on August 24th, at which time they recommended approval by council. Planning Commission then reconsidered on August 28th and unanimously recommended approval by council of this amendment. And then council had a public hearing for this proposal on October 15th, again with all comments and support. I gave a detailed presentation at that meeting on October 15th. I'm happy to go through the highlights again if you'd like, or I can take questions. I had the pleasure of the council.
Questions? Yes, sir.
When we adopted the site plan and special use permit on Lake Lansing Road for the Puff applicant a while ago, and a speaker addressing that particular issue suggested that it would be useful for that to be a multi-story building with residential on top. And I think at the time we looked it up, and for that zone, that would not have been allowed. Would that be allowed under this proposal?
In the B4 zone district, additional stories would be allowed. Upper story residential would be allowed. So yes.
So I think that's a great innovation here, and I think it's overdue. So I'm pretty enthusiastic about that.
Is this, Mr. City Attorney, is this in a procedural context? What are we doing here tonight? We don't have a specific motion that identifies all the ordinance changes in the ordinance language, do we?
Well, this was, I think this had gone through a first reading. It went to Planning Commission and then came back. There was a public hearing at that time and no action was taken, so it rolled over on the agenda, or the council asked that it be placed on this agenda. Is that right, Lyndon? That's correct. Yeah.
Okay, but I guess I don't know where we are in terms of a vote. I don't have something laid out for me for tonight's purposes that tells me exactly what sections of which ordinances we'd be amending and what the language is.
It's starting at page 20. The red line version is starting at page 28 of 74 of the agenda item PDF.
And just for clarification, that it looks like there are two drafts of the ordinance. There's an original draft and then a later draft, and the draft we're focusing on tonight is the one dated 10/15/24 at the top of those pages.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Did you say 10/15/24?
Yeah, 10/15/24.
Go ahead.
It's the last.
No, I see it.
Chunk.
Yeah. So, Mr. City Attorney, if we were voting to approve this, we would be voting essentially on the red line changes represented in the, I think, 47-page document dated 10/15/2024. Is that right?
I think that is correct, yes.
So, Mayor, I have a motion.
Sir.
I move approval of Ordinance 1536, specifically the draft dated 10/15/2024.
I'll second that. Discussion.
I have an amendment.
Yes, sir.
To the main motion. This is a package of proposals, and cognizant that we all need to be on the same page, I'll ask when I'm done making the motion for the city attorney to indicate whether I've made it precisely enough. What I want to do, just to describe my motion in general terms, is adjust the incentives. And I'd like to do that by making some change, or proposing some changes on page 46, which is the second last page of the agenda item report. So I move to amend table 50-18 806A, the body of which is at the top of page 46. To change the points for gold LEED certification from 1 to 2. To change the points for platinum LEED certification from 2 to 3. And to change the points for mass timber building from 3 to 1. And in addition, further down the page, subsection 2 sub B sub 2, which currently reads a project earning incentive points for being a mass timber building and earning points in the affordable housing category. I propose to amend that to say a project earning incentive points for both LEED certification, open paren, gold or platinum, close paren, and earning points in the affordable housing category.
Can I just make a suggestion?
Yes.
Would it be simpler to say a project earning incentive points for any LEED certification?
Yes, that would be, I would accept that as a friendly amendment.
And then the subsequent wording, please?
So let me read the whole thing as you have suggested. A project earning incentive points for any LEED certification and earning points in the affordable housing category.
So you're essentially striking the net zero certification?
No, I'm striking the mass timber certification.
Oh, I'm sorry, two. I'm sorry, I was looking at the wrong one. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Okay.
So that's my motion.
And I'll support that motion.
I need to hear that again, or I really need to see it in writing, but I need to hear it again if it's not in writing right now.
Well, I will do that. So I seconded the motion.
Yep.
So discussion on the motion to amend. Ms. Watson, you're in order. So if you have questions for him, go ahead and roll.
I need to hear that again, or I need to see it in writing, because I can understand it better if I can read it, but yeah.
I am happy to read it again if that would be helpful for everybody concerned. So the table at the top of page 46, change the points for gold LEED from 1 to 2. Change the points for platinum LEED from 2 to 3. So each LEED category gets an extra point. Reduce the points for mass timber from 3 to 1.
You with them so far, Dana?
Yep, thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
And then further down the page, paragraph under two bonus development points, section B, subsection 2, where it says a project earning incentive points for being a mass timber building and earning points in the affordable housing category. I propose to change that to a project earning incentive points for any LEED certification and earning points in the affordable housing category. So essentially replacing mass timber with LEED.
Okay. All right. Can I still ask questions?
Yeah, sure, please.
Okay. So I didn't, I'm going to ask again about all of the representatives and politicians mentioned in writing letters of support and the relationship that Mass Timber has to Midwest, which is like a political action group or makes contributions. What is, they contributed to in their campaigns? I thought, is the Mass Timber person here? Okay.
No, I confirmed this with Midwest Strategies today. They did not contribute to any campaigns. And also I might add that no one on the committee was being paid for their service there.
All right, thank you.
Okay, other questions?
Just again, I remember last time when we talked, we don't know if this model is going to work. Do we know that this is going to work because we've got other comparables or other people that have done it?
The uncertainty, I guess if I may, the uncertainty is that mass timber is relatively new and there are relatively few ordinances that incentivize this. We did base this on other ordinances, though, that do provide similar incentives, specifically coming to mind is Emeryville, California. I'm confident that if a mass timber project is proposed, this will help make that happen. As originally proposed, would help make that happen. It's hard to say with the amendment on the table what that effect would be.
I'd like to briefly address my amendment, if I could, because I sort of dropped in without context. So I think this is a great ordinance. As I said, the upper story residential in business districts is overdue. That's a very welcome development. And I'm fine with this incentive structure. I'm fine with the earn and spend point mechanism. And I think that the question for any kind of incentive is, what does it cost us? And this doesn't cost us money. What it costs us is a measure of control over building height, but not so that buildings can exceed whatever approval height limit governs for example, the downtown. So buildings can't be taller than already specified in our ordinance. What we cede here is a small measure of control over building height up to the maximum height, is my understanding. And I'm fine with that as an incentive mechanism. In part because I think it gets some of the discussion of incentives out of the back room and into the foreground. So I kind of like that. I don't want to give up too much control because the community wants the council to be able to control sort of macro features of big buildings. But I'm okay with sort of ceding this amount of control. I confess I've heard a lot about mass timber. I'm pretty neutral on the construction methodology, but I really would like to see LEED buildings in our city. I think that would be really important, in part because they're the whole package. They address sort of occupant health, they address stormwater, and those considerations sort of go beyond the mass timber in my mind. So that's why I wanted to adjust the incentive structure a little bit. But otherwise, I think the overall ordinance structure makes sense to me, and I think it's a step forward.
Can I ask you a question? Relative to your amendment, which I seconded, would you consider modifying that amendment so with regard to the mass timber category at the top of the page, which you reduced to 1, would you consider altering that to 2, moving it from 3 to 2?
Yeah, I would accept that.
So can we assume that's your amended motion now? And I'm agreeable to it?
Yeah, I consider that a friendly amendment.
Okay, all right. Any other discussion on the amendment to the main motion? Amendment? Yes.
Okay.
Okay, all those in,
I'm sorry.
go ahead.
When would we see that this worked or didn't?
Hopefully by the time I die. So, Ms. Watson, you ask it's a cogent question, but the reality is, here's my view. We don't know if it's going to work or not. What we're trying to do is create a situation where we hope it works. And so there are no guarantees here. We're trying to build in a system which incentivizes this. There are some statutes in other cities which have been used, but I think as the presenters told us when they presented, this is kind of a forerunner kind of ordinance situation. So ain't no guarantees here. We're just hoping that maybe this will work and along the lines that are being discussed. So.
Thanks.
Okay, any other discussion on the amendment? All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
Okay, the amendment passes unanimously. Now, we're back to the main motion as amended. Discussion on the main motion. Mr. Meadows.
I do have a motion. And that would be I will tell you that my main problem with this, although I'm very enthusiastic about the idea of mass timber being utilized in the city, and really very supportive of most of the things that are on or in this proposed ordinance. But I have a real problem with delegating the authority with regard to the spending of the points and establishing the points to staff. And I believe that that is really a function of the city council, that, you know, no matter what happens, we're going to get blamed for it, and we may as well own it by reviewing it. So for that reason, I would move that we change the language in, it's 5806A3 and B1, lowercase b, to provide that, quote, the spending of incentive points in that latter one, and, well, let me restate. That 3 read, incentive points shall be subject to the review and approval of the city council. And in the other section, lowercase b, that it reads, spending of incentive points is subject to the review and approval of the city council.
Could I make a suggestion?
Sure.
At both those locations, let's take number 3 first, okay? I think that's, instead of points shall be subject to the review and approval of the planning and zoning administrator or their designee, and subsequent approval by the city council.
I am fully in agreement with that.
And then on your second one, which was B, small b, spending of incentive points is subject to the review and approval of the planning and zoning administrator, subject to the same language I used before, subject to the approval of the city council.
Subsequent approval.
Subsequent approval of the city council.
Fully in agreement.
Okay, is that your motion?
That is my motion.
Okay, and that's an amendment to the motion, or amendment to the main motion?
Correct.
Okay, I second that amendment to the main motion. Any discussion about that amendment to the main motion? Okay, let's vote on that amendment to the main motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign, same, say aye or nay or something.
Nay.
Anyway, so that motion passes unanimously.
Actually,
No, it doesn't.
Mayor Brookover, we did, his mic maybe wasn't turned on. But.
I'm sorry.
I'm a no on that.
Okay, sorry, didn't hear you. Okay, so 4-1 in favor of that, and Altman was the dissenting vote. So now we move to the main motion as now amended twice. And do we have any further discussion on the main motion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously. What's the pleasure of the council? Do you want to take a break or you want to keep going?
Break, please.
Okay, let's see if we can do a 10-minute break here, please. Let's re-adjourn now. We're to item 4.5 on the agenda. Landon.
Thank you, Mayor. Landon Bartley, Principal Planner. The Planning Commission, when they met last week on November 13th, formed a Green Code Study Committee. I want to thank Councilmember Meadows for attending and helping to guide the Planning Commission in their decision making. The Green Code Study Committee is formed by the Commission, proposes, or I should say, it has 9 members, all of which would be from current members of appointed commission. That'd be 3 from the Planning Commission, 2 from the Committee on Environment, 1 from the Building Board of Appeals, 1 from the Transportation Commission, and 1 from Housing Commission, and a representative from Council. The initial charge of this committee would be to take a deep dive on our current stormwater guidelines and standards and recommend changes if appropriate to Council. We expect that to probably be, we hope for recommendations probably in the middle of 2025. This committee, we intend to have a organizing call during December of this year, and then meet for the first time in January, probably meeting at least monthly. So the focus would be on stormwater to start, as that's been a major priority of Council and several of the commissions. And then after that, the focus would be to determine what amendments, if any, should be recommended for consideration by Council about other ordinance amendments not necessarily related to stormwater. Over the past couple of years, we've been essentially identifying through different cases some interest in considering different ideas, such as our EV parking requirements, for example, correct, or parking requirements, and for that matter, is our tree removal process or land clearing process correct, enforcement mechanisms therein, our landscaping requirements, tree planting guidelines, et cetera. The charge, I guess, of this committee is a little bit more nebulous following the stormwater focus, but tonight we're simply looking for Council to appoint a representative to that committee.
I move we assign Councilmember Altman
Second.
to the study committee. Moved by Brookover, seconded by Meadows. Any discussion?
Yeah, I just want to, note that, one of the biggest advocates for taking a look at our stormwater runoff has been Councilmember Altman. I think it's very appropriate for him to be our representative on this Green Study Committee. With regard to the other things, EV charging, also Eric Altman, a big advocate for us taking a look at that, so that'll come in handy. When I see parking on here, I'll just note that a few years ago, we attempted to do a major street parking anyway, change, and got that turned into a real discussion item among people in the community. So good luck with that one.
Okay, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Item 4.6, consideration of a contract for $749,201 with Bloom Roofing Systems, Inc. to remove and replace roof areas at City Hall in the East Lansing Hannah Community Center, a project contingency of $40,000 and related budget amendments. Proceed, please.
Good evening, Council. Kathy DeChambeau, Director of Parks, Recreation, and Arts. With me tonight, our Assistant Director, Justin Dregke.
Yes, good evening. Before you tonight, we do have a proposed contract with Bloom Roofing Systems for $749,201. This would replace 7 sections of the roof area at City Hall, which would make up 56% of that roof, as well as 3 sections at the Hannah Community Center, or 14% of the total roof area. The roof areas that were identified for replacement were rated back in 2021 as having a condition index of 30 out of 100. Generally, when a roof is in this condition, repairs are not feasible to that, and the recommendation is that the full roof system be replaced. Our process to arrive to this contract followed the standard procedures outlined in our purchasing policy. We had sealed bids opened on October 23rd. Bloom Roofing Systems was the lowest qualified bidder. They have done work for the city previously, including replacement of 2 roof areas here at the Hannah Community Center back in 2023. And I would be happy to answer any questions you have.
My eternal question, where is the money coming from?
Certainly. So this project was identified during the fiscal year 2025 budget process. So this is encapsulated by a transfer from the general fund to the Facilities Capital Improvement Fund. There is going to be a slight amendment to use some of the existing fund balance in that fund to fund the overage on this project.
The $40,000?
Sorry, in the agenda item report, we identified that the initial allocation was for $585,000, and so we will be using an additional $204,210 of fund balance in that fund.
Okay, and Mr. Bellman, can you, with that reduction of $204,000, can you tell us what the approximate balance ends up being in the fund balance?
Still significantly more. The exact dollar amount I don't have.
Can you give me an order of magnitude, more or less than 3 million, more or less than 5 million, more or less than 15 million?
More or less than 5 million.
Okay, other questions for staff?
Yeah, I do have a question. It looks like item 4.7 is like a companion to this. Just to save time, can you address that one as well?
Yes, certainly. Item 4.7 would be a related contract specifically to extend the scope of services provided by our design and engineering consultant. So this is the consultant who actually designed the scope of work for the contract with Bloom. And we would be extending the scope of their services to oversee the construction, make sure that the new roof system is installed properly and to specifications.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, would it
Go
be
ahead.
appropriate for us to make a motion to approve both these?
It might be, but let's take them in order, just to
Okay.
keep things clear. So I move that we approve and authorize the city manager to sign a contract for $749,201 with Bloom Roofing Systems, Inc. to remove and replace roof areas at City Hall and the East Lansing Hannah Community Center, approve a project contingency of $40,000, and approve a budget amendment in the amount of $204,210 for this contract, and authorize the finance director or designee to modify appropriations accordingly. Do we have a second?
Second.
Altman, was that Meadows? Moved by Brookover, seconded by Meadows. Any discussion? Yes, sir.
I have a question about replacing parts of the roof, right? So it's about 50% of City Hall, and I think you said about 14%. So this is not how I do my roof, right? I do the whole thing, or not at all.
Sure.
Could you address, just in a few words, why that sort of makes sense for the types of roofs we're dealing with?
Certainly. So when you look at facilities like the Hannah Community Center or City Hall, we don't have one solid roof line. You see different elevations across that section, right? At this facility, for example, we have portions that are 3 stories, we have portions that are 2 stories, we have overhangs over kind of entryways, and so each of those areas that might be at a different elevation is treated as a separate roof area. When we did the evaluation, each of those materials was determined to be in slightly different condition, and so rather than trying to replace, for example, all 56,000 square feet at City Hall at the same time, the stuff that is able to continue being in use and is of better quality, we're deferring the replacement of that section until a later date.
And there's no benefit from economies of scale.
Not that would be significant as to warrant doing that immediately. You might save some money on mobilization, but your materials and labor cost is going to be proportionate to how much square footage you're actually doing.
Thank you for the very clear answer. The city manager had raised his hand earlier. Did he have something he wanted to say about this?
So if I may, was just a conversation I had with Councilmember Meadows earlier today about making the investment in City Hall if we're looking at alternate locations because of the constraints City Hall provides for housing staff and other activities. We're investing a lot of dollars to accommodate, and whether we're looking at alternate options, whether it makes sense to proceed with replacing or repairing City Hall roof.
In your view, is that it does?
Well, I'll defer back to Justin and Kathy. I asked them to look at this, and just in the break, Justin indicated, yes, we need to replace the roof. Otherwise, certain people may have a natural waterfall feature, which, you know, some may see as very relaxing, but in all seriousness, it needs to proceed.
Yes, I would just note that the roof at City Hall was installed in 1989. It had an expected life expectancy of 20 years. It has now been in service for 35 years because Carlos is fantastic at maintaining things. However, you know, we are seeing pretty significant degradation of the insulation, for example, in that, which contributes to folks having cold offices, but also contributes to ice dams on the roof that could cause a catastrophic failure and damage any of our records or information systems that are in that facility. So, in my opinion, it would be urgent that we move forward with this project.
And Mr. Bellman, you recommend this?
Yes.
Okay. Any other discussion on this matter? All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, the motion passes unanimously. We then move to item 4.7, and I move that we approve and authorize the city manager to sign a contract for $27,350 with StructureTec to provide construction administration services for the roof replacement projects at City Hall and the East Lansing Hannah Community Center. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Altman. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, the motion passes unanimously. Item 4.8, consideration of a contract was for $75,890 with Nielsen Commercial Construction to install 2 shade structures and relocate the drinking fountain for ADA accessibility at the Patriarche Park Sports Courts. Project contingency of $7,500 and related budget amendment.
Thank you, Mayor. Here to answer questions about this project. Also, as you've read in the agenda item report, this project is supplemented by a $40,000 donation from the Patriarche Park Pickleball Association. I would like to recognize Sue Mills in the audience tonight, who is on that board and has been the primary fundraiser. This is their second fundraising campaign for these courts. So I think the first one was about $170,000, and for this project to bring these shade structures back into the project that were set aside previously, they committed to $40,000, and they did that in short order, and we're very grateful for that. So we're here to answer any questions and help you to understand the project in full.
The $40,000 is then supplements the $75,890?
Correct.
Right,
So
so
our portion of it is from
$35,890?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Less than 50%.
And then you and I had a discussion a couple days ago about the effect, if any, on the noise situation of installing this particular device.
Yes. So we did engage with a sound engineer for a sound study that took place this summer in July. Spent about 2 weeks. They analyzed sound and around the borders of pickleball and how that was impacting the residents. They looked at the ANSI standards for residential sound and whether that exceeded anything that needed to be mitigated. So we wanted to make sure we talked to the sound engineer again about this shade structure project, because we wanted to make sure that we were not going to install something that was going to increase this issue in any way, shape, or form. So they gave us their reassurance that because these sage shales are absorbent rather than reflective materials, they're not hard materials, even with the post structures that'll be established to hold them up, that will not impact the sound. In fact, it may help to some degree, but they won't quantify that until afterwards. But he verified that it would not increase the sound or change the direction of the sound in that regard. And then we are also still working on the mitigation for what they've recommended, and we're putting that together. That likely won't It may not meet the threshold of bringing it back to council, so I do want to make you aware that we are working on that, and we will have those measures installed prior to play starting again in the spring.
Okay. Do we have a motion?
I have a motion to approve and authorize the city manager to sign a contract for $75,890 with Nielsen Commercial Construction to install 2 shade structures and relocate the drinking fountain at the Patriarche Park Sports Courts, and approve a project contingency of $7,500 and related budget amendment to increase revenue and replenish fund equity by $40,000 to account for a donation from the Patriarche Park Pickleball Association, or the PPPA, toward this project.
Second.
Okay, moved by Altman, seconded by Meadows. Any discussion?
I have one question.
Yes, sir.
The life expectancy of the sailcloth is
Sure.
how long?
So we have used the same material out at the Aquatic Center for, since it started. So some of those are original, and we're still being able to use them. So it's pretty durable material. We're also looking at the ability to take them down during the winter, store them properly, and that may extend the life as well.
Thanks.
All those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All those opposed, motion passes. Thank you, Ms. Mills. Good to see you. Item 4.9, consideration and second reading of ordinance 1538, a new ordinance to establish the rental housing code. For purposes of discussion or the agenda, do we have a motion with regard to this?
If I can make,
I'm sorry. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
if I can make a suggestion, I would ask council to refer this back to the subcommittee that included Councilmember Meadows, City Attorney Chubb, and Planning, Building, and Development Director Annette Irwin to address the items that were referred to you from the Housing Commission, as well as the impact of Proposal 1 and any other issues that need to be addressed, and then bring back revised draft to council for their consideration.
Moved by Meadows. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Singh. Any discussion? Hang on just a second. I like to call it a task force, but subcommittee's fine too. So anyway, go ahead, Ms. Watson.
So why the change from the Housing Commission?
The Housing Commission, if I may, raised some questions and some suggestions that they're looking for direction from the council. So I thought it'd be appropriate to have this task force or subcommittee look at those and bring those recommendations back to council that then can be presented back to the Housing Commission for further consideration.
Yeah, if I could add in here, the proposal that we sent to the Housing Commission for review needs revision. The Proposal 1 is now passed, so we need to take a look at the impact of that on the changes that we had originally put together, as well as we've had other changes. Mr. Rose has a list of specific changes that he has proposed that we need to take a look at. And there may be others that I'm not aware of, but we've received a number of letters regarding this and suggestions as to how we should approach it. So I think we need to take a look at what we did originally and make the changes that are necessary to it before it comes back to us.
So why are you all a better fit than the Housing Commission as a whole?
Well, this will go back to the Housing Commission after we bring it back to council.
And because you've shown opposition to it, are you, can you share with us, are you taking a neutral stance aligned with the passage of Proposal 1, or should I be concerned that it's going to veer in a different direction because a couple of the people in the subcommittee were against or writing into the public in the dialogue that there wasn't a problem?
My answer to that would be the public has indicated that Proposal 1 should be incorporated into the charter, which would require us, I think, at least with to some of the parts of the proposal, to make changes not only to the ordinance, but that we had created, but also to potentially other ordinances that we'd like to highlight for council, because that would take further action. We wouldn't necessarily have those changes within this particular ordinance that we've created. So, no, I'm not going to, fight proposal one in that manner, and not to mention the fact that I think that actually, if anybody even Patrick Rose has said the ordinance is really good. So I think that we've addressed most of the issues that were in proposal one with the changes we originally made. I think at this point, we're just looking at language to make sure that we have addressed everything.
Thank you. That makes me feel comfortable, because it's important that we've turned the page, especially if you're involved in a subcommittee where the possibility is there that you could sway it differently. So I appreciate you saying that.
Do we have a motion?
You have a motion and a second.
And seconded by Singh,
Yes.
moved by Meadows?
That's correct.
Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Item 4.10, consideration of request to reestablish business license fees and approve revised business license fees for entertainment establishments. Mr. Bellman.
So the business license fees we're talking about were the amusement and video arcade, dance hall, entertainment, restaurant, and takeout stores. On May 21st, 2024, City Council declared a moratorium on these 5 business license categories. An ad hoc committee of Councilmember Meadows, City Attorney Chubb, and myself was established. City staff Andrea Smith, Matt Torek from the Finance Department, and Grace Bogdowski, the intern in my office, conducted some research. The recommendation is, first, to lift the moratorium. 2, to approve the recommended business license fees as follows. So for the amusement and video arcade, reduce the fee from $600 to $50. There's only one permit or license issued under that category. The next one is dance hall, to increase from $100 to $200. There are no licenses in that category at this time. For the restaurant category is to institute a flat $200 fee, which covers the city's costs. There are 43 current licenses in the first category of 0 to 50 occupants. They currently pay $100. They would see an increase of $100. There are 16 licenses in the next category of 51 to 75 occupants. They currently pay $200. They would not see a change. There are 27 licenses in the next category of occupants of 76 to 125. They currently pay $300. They would see a decrease of $100. There is 1 license in the next category of 126 to 150 occupants. They currently pay $400. They would see a decrease of $200. There are 7 licenses in the category of 151 to 200 occupants. They pay $5 per occupant, so they pay anywhere between $755 to $1,000. That would be reduced to a flat $200 fee. There are 9 licenses in the category of 201 to 300 occupants. They pay $6.50 per occupant, so they pay anywhere between $1,306.50 to $1,950. Again, those would be reduced to $200. And the last category has 6 licenses for over 300 occupants. They pay $8 per occupant, so they pay anywhere between $2,400 and $7,600. That would be reduced to that flat fee of $200. There are 13 takeout businesses. They also would be charged a flat fee of $200. In Zone 1, they pay $400. Those are 3 businesses. In Zone 2, they pay $200 currently, and there are 10 businesses. The biggest change comes in the area of entertainment. Under our ordinance, we're proposing to recover some of the police costs, so we calculated that the police department spends about $196,000 for extra officers on Thursday night, Friday night, and Saturday night throughout the year. The current agenda item report that you have in the packet recommended a $20 per occupant fee, which generated $110,000. I'd like to amend that and to recommend the $10 fee, which is shown on this spreadsheet that was placed in front of your seats. And it shows how those businesses that pay the entertainment fee, so we have restaurants that are both restaurants and entertainment, so they paid 2 fees, actually 3. But it shows the impact of what that $10 per occupant charge would be. Under the current entertainment license structure, 0 to 150 occupants pay $50. Over 150 occupants, it goes back to using the amount equal to the annual restaurant license. There's also an entertainment license fee for those that are open between the hours of 12 a.m. and 8 a.m., which is another 50% of the annual restaurant license. So again, I'm recommending, one, you repeal or lift the moratorium and approve the recommended license fee adjustments using the $10 per occupant on entertainment.
Okay, I appreciate that. Can we go back to your agenda item report to us of 19 November 2024? And so in the first paragraph, you categorize, or you inform us about 5 categories. So I just want to make sure, because you lost me, okay? So amusement and video arcade, what's the current charge or assessment?
$600.
Per person or per entity?
Yes, for the year.
Okay, and you said there's only one of those?
That is correct.
And you're recommending that that stays the same?
No, to be reduced to $50.
Okay. And the next category you have is dance hall?
Yes.
Do we have any of those?
We have no licenses in that category.
Okay, and do you have a recommendation as to what that amount would be if we ever have such a thing?
It'd be $200, so an increase of $100 compared to
So
the
that would
current.
go from 100 to 200, but we don't have any.
That's correct.
And then entertainment was what you were talking about here at the end, and that's this chart that you handed out tonight?
That is correct.
Okay, and you did a schematic at various amounts, $10 per occupant, $15 per occupant, and $20 per occupant.
That's correct.
Your original report suggested $20 per occupant. I understand you to be saying that tonight you're recommending that we adopt $10 per occupant, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and just in terms of my categorization, the entertainment license currently would be in effect on a sliding scale, depending on, well, it was a hybrid of a sliding scale plus number of occupants?
That is correct.
Okay. So for instance, if you had 50 or fewer occupants, what did you pay then?
$50.
Okay, and so now that establishment is going to pay, let's just say 50, is going to pay 50 times 10?
That is correct.
Okay. All right, and then, so it's $10 per occupant on entertainment. And then restaurant license, what's the current charge or scheme?
It was a sliding scale that went from $100 all the way up to $7,600.
Okay, and your recommendation tonight is what on that?
A flat fee of $200.
For everybody?
For everybody.
So he or she or it who paid $7,600 now has a $200 charge?
That is correct.
Okay. And takeout store, what's the current?
It had 2 zones. Zone 1 paid $400. And Zone 2, so Zone 1 is downtown, Zone 2 is every business outside of downtown, paid $200.
Okay, and your recommendation tonight is what?
$200.
Across the board?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, apart from the document you handed to us tonight, is there some other document in this report that sets forth your recommended changes?
Yes, I'll get to the page one.
Okay.
It is page, I believe, 19 of 21.
Can you find that, Dan?
Yes. And so it's got the green bar, right?
You know, the last column has the green bar.
Yeah, is that correct?
Yeah, second to last has a green bar, yes. The last column has potential revenues generated.
So it's this one?
Yeah.
Robert? This one?
Yes, that's the one.
Okay. So in effect, what we'd be doing is you would be recommending this page plus the $10 amount on the page that you handed out tonight, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I will, well, questions for Bellman? Yes, sir.
So I have a couple of concerns about really this whole process with the moratorium and how it came to be in the first place. When this came up in the budget meeting where we approved the budget, I was blindsided by the moratorium. Apparently, it was triggered by a memo from a business owner complaining about an unfair fee structure. I never saw that memo. I'm not sure staff did either. So I don't know where this moratorium came from in the first place, or whether, I don't have a good sense of whether the fee restructuring was necessary or not, although I've had helpful conversations with the city manager recently in relation to this proposal. So I have concerns about how we ended up with the moratorium. I have concerns about a pretty broad-based change that we haven't really discussed in a whole lot of detail before tonight. And I have specific concerns about the impact on one particular business, which is Altus. And I don't have any investment in or relationship with Altus. It's a small restaurant that is not in the downtown. It's independent. It's not a chain. It's the kind of thing we want more of. Under this proposal, under the original $20 per customer version of the new proposal, their annual fees would go from $300 under the present fee structure, on which there's a moratorium, to $2,000, with no clear rationale for that change, and I'm not sure they have any idea this is coming. There may or may not be other businesses in the same boat as Altus. I didn't do a comprehensive check down the list. But under the $10 version that the city managers recommended, their fee would still jump from $300 to $1,100 with no clear rationale. And maybe they would get a break if their designation as an entertainment venue is revised, but we don't know at this point that it will be. So I, in general, don't think that we have enough information to go with this fee schedule. And so I'm actually prepared to make a motion at this point, which is to move to end the moratorium on business fees and reinstate the fee schedule that was in place when we adopted the moratorium, while staff continue to make adjustments to the new fee schedule in preparation for the next budget cycle. That's my motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay.
Can I add a friendly amendment? Would you consider saying, while staff, the tail end of your motion, while staff reviews what the proposal and engages the business community within our community?
Yep.
For feedback?
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that, because I think that more communication with the business community is very important in this case, and I'm sure it would happen anyway, but I'm happy to add that to the motion.
Thank you.
I was here when the businesses showed up and discussed the issues that they had with our fee, especially when you compare it to other communities as is here. So I'm not gonna support going back in time because some of us weren't at the table when we made that decision. I support considering a new structure. I support if we need a possible extension of a moratorium, but to bounce us back to that time, we're going to see those same conversations being had, and the decision again was made considering the feedback that the businesses were giving us.
Okay, well, let me just add something, or you're talking about the history, and my memory is not perfect, but my recollection is that when I first got on council, I was surprised to discover that a moratorium had already been instituted. And so I don't know the frame of reference you were talking about, but I believe that a moratorium was invoked at some point during the pandemic and then sort of continued by osmosis in terms of a staff process. And so that's at least part of the reason why we got where we're here. And I take full responsibility for asking this task force to take a look at this issue based on not only my experience from that prior moratorium, which was not effectively communicated, and there was a lot of feedback from the businesses in terms of the way that process happened and how it was collected. And so when it came up again in this last year or so, my feeling was it made sense to have a task force look at the whole matrix of situations and see if there was some reasonable way to do it that made some sense. So that's my view of the history. So having said that, we have a motion to, I guess your motion is what?
I'll repeat, end the moratorium on business fees and reinstate the fee schedule that was in place when we adopted the moratorium in May, while staff continue to make adjustments to the new fee schedule and communicate with the business community.
Okay, any further discussion on that motion?
Yeah, I'll just indicate that I'm going to vote against this motion, basically for the reasons that Councilmember Watson just mentioned. I think there's been a lot of work on this, actually, and that it has been communicated to the business community. We don't see anybody here tonight saying don't do this. And it is an important issue, I think, for the business community. I note and I agree that Altos it's got a big jump here, although this is a business expense, so it is a business expense that they can utilize. They aren't the only one who gets an increase with regard to how we would proceed on this. But there are more businesses who see a slight decrease, and most of those increases are very small. So I'm ready to proceed on this, and I'll be voting against delay in it this evening.
Okay, any further discussion on Mr. Altman's motion? Let's do a roll call, please.
Councilmember Altman?
Yes.
Councilmember Meadows?
No.
Councilmember Watson?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Singh?
Yes.
Mayor Brookover?
No. Okay, any further motions on this matter?
I would move we approve the proposal as presented by the city manager.
And terminate the moratorium?
Correct.
Okay. I second that motion. Any further discussion? Any discussion with regard to that motion?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
And so will you remind me, were the businesses engaged during this process?
Mr. Bellman?
Not specifically. This information, once it was finalized, was shared with the Responsible Hospitality Council, as well as reached out. I know Mike Kruger responded with a communication to City Council, so they were aware of what was being recommended tonight. but not specific engagement with them, no.
And my recollection is there was specific discussion about this from the RHC back at the time the moratorium was instituted, and I believe the DDA was aware of this and conscious that the process was occurring.
Say that again, the process what?
Was occurring.
Yeah, I always have concerns when the people impacted weren't involved in the conversation or weren't able to give feedback or anything like that. And I appreciate the points that Councilmember Altman made as far as the discrepancies in who's going to see significant increases and who isn't. And I always like considering that too, like the percentage of change for particular groups. I know some of them are, larger corporations, I'm assuming like Applebee's, but your smaller groups like Altus, I'm not sure. I don't understand whenever we have processes that impact a group of people and that group of people weren't reached out to sufficiently to give voice.
Okay, any further discussion on the motion? Let's do a roll call on this motion.
Councilmember Altman?
No.
Councilmember Meadows?
Yes.
Councilmember Watson?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Singh?
No.
Mayor Brookover?
Yes. Okay, then I have another motion. I move that we terminate the moratorium and terminate any licensing fees in any of these categories permanently. That's my motion. Is there a second? Okay, guess that motion dies for lack of second.
All right, then I would like to make another motion then. I would like to defer this matter to our business meeting in January with the instructions to the city manager to communicate the proposal to each of the businesses that are affected here through a letter so that they are all aware of what's going to happen and then would have an opportunity to come and address council on the first business meeting in January.
Second.
I have a question. Does that mean we also need to extend the moratorium?
The moratorium is still on.
Well, I think, didn't we put an end point of this meeting on the moratorium, or did we not?
My recollection is we deferred this matter to this meeting, but I can't remember. Mr. Chubb, do you have a recall of that, or Mr. Bell?
No, I was just looking at Andrea to see, because the moratorium it suspended collection, right, during this fiscal year, and so I don't know what the final date was.
Well, if it's fiscal year, it would be June 30th, 2025.
As I don't know if it was through the entire time or if it was made for a portion of the year so that there could be further review done. I just don't recall.
Okay, can I just make a suggestion? Mr. Meadows, a friendly amendment, could you just add to your motion that the moratorium be continued in
I accept that as a friendly amendment. Does the second?
Did I second it? Dana, you seconded the motion. She accepts it. Okay. Okay, any further discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Just wanted to say if this passes, that I am in support of giving the rationale for the change so that the businesses have an opportunity to get on board and can follow the process of how we landed where we've landed at, or the suggestions. And my other question is, we talked about reaping the costs of the police. So does that mean it's a revenue that's going to go back into public safety, or a revenue that's going to go back into general funds?
Well, I think this one's important to understand as a fee rather than a tax, and so this is a direct cost replacement for costs incurred from the general fund specifically that's attributable to these operations.
For example, like overtime, because we're not at capacity with our police officers, so it's not going to help. It's not going to solve that problem. But is it going to, and I'm thinking about Eaton County too and the cuts that they had to make, but is it about being able to pay for their overtime?
It is about cost recovery, so yes. And if I may add, your motion back in May did indicate declare a moratorium on the collection of any of those fees pending that review until November 1st. So I'm glad you're extending the moratorium because your minutes did have a deadline.
Thanks.
Okay, any further discussion on this motion? Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Altman?
Yes.
Councilmember Meadows?
Yes.
Councilmember Watson?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Singh?
Yes.
Mayor Brookover?
No. Okay, item 4.11, ratification of a grant between the State of Michigan Department of Labor and Economic Opportunity and the City of East Lansing for the funding of election administration in an amount of $1 million. Authorize city manager to sign and amend fiscal year 2025 budget. Mr. Bellman.
So a part of the fiscal year 2025 state budget, the city of East Lansing, along with three other communities, received a $1 million grant to help with election-related costs. We used some of that grant for transportation. We had contracts with Uber and Lyft to ensure individuals got from one precinct to the correct precinct to vote. And so you're being asked to ratify the actual grant agreement that has been executed in order to get those dollars readily available and used during the 2024 presidential election.
I move that the City Council of East Lansing hereby ratify the grant between the State of Michigan Department of Labor and Economic Opportunity and the City of East Lansing, grant number Election Center 25, authorize the city manager to sign and amend the fiscal year 2025 budget accordingly. Is there a second? Second by Altman. Any discussion?
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Do we know what we've expended?
I don't.
We don't have from the.
So there's, go ahead.
Just from the election costs, we don't have that total yet.
We do not.
What has been?
But when we staff met with representatives with Leo, they indicated we had until September 30th of 2029 to spend this, but the grant agreement calls it through September 30th of 2025. So I need to go back to see if we get an amendment to allow any unexpended dollars from this million to carry forward to the next elections.
So it didn't have a specific boilerplate for the fall
No.
election.
Okay, any further questions? Ms. Watson?
Thank you.
Okay, all those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All those opposed, motion passes unanimously. Item 4.12, consideration of request to engage a professional executive search firm to assist with police chief hiring process and authorize city manager to sign. Mr. Belleman.
So I received 3 proposals to assist the city in searching for the hiring of a new police chief. The first proposal was from the Michigan Municipal League at a cost of $21,000 plus $75 per hour if there's additional services. MML has done 3 chief searches. Ypsilanti, Chelsea are 2. It would take 16 weeks. Second proposal was from Baker Tilly at a cost of $29,750 with an additional $300 per hour for any services outside of their base proposal. They've done 27 police chief searches since 2020, including the city of Ann Arbor. It takes about 14 weeks. The next one is Public Sector Search and Consulting. Their price was $45,000. They've done 59 chief searches. They did 2 for Grand Rapids, 1 in 2019 and 1 in 2020. 2019, when they promoted, according to the city manager, they fully anticipated the internal candidate to retire. So it was not a surprise that they invited the same firm back to conduct the 2022, and they're very pleased. They aided the city of Lansing in 2021 and CS Mott Community College in 2020, estimated 19 weeks.
Questions? Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Mr. Meadows moves that the City of East Lansing engages with Baker Tilly to assist with the police chief hiring process in an approximate amount of $29,750 and authorize the city manager to sign. Discussion.
City Manager, did I miss you telling us why Baker Tilly rose to the top?
Baker Tilly and public sector are very similar services that they provide. They were $15,000 cheaper. They both offer one-year guarantees, which MML did not.
Thank you.
Okay, all those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Do we have a motion to go into closed session?
I have a motion, if I may, Mayor.
Sir.
I move that we enter closed session pursuant to MCL 15.268 sub 1 sub H to discuss an attorney-client privilege memorandum that is exempt from disclosure pursuant to MCL 15.243 sub 1 sub G.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, roll call vote?
Councilmember Altman?
Yes.
Councilmember Meadows?
Yes.
Councilmember Watson?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Singh?
Yes.
Mayor Brookover?
Yes. Okay, we will adjourn for our closed session, and we will come back into general session when we are done. Dr. Altman, do you have a motion for us?
We return to open session.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Motion to adjourn?
Is there a second? Second. Moved by Altman, seconded by Meadows. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion, the meeting is adjourned. Thanks, folks.